Three. Ano pag-aari, pag-aari. Thank you, sir.
All right, and so, sir, you are Leslie Lynn Buck.
Yes, sir, I am.
All right, and you can hear me all right, Mr. Buck?
Yes, I can. I thought at first I
All right.
couldn't, but the connection got better.
Okay, so Mr. Buck, you can hear me all right?
Hear me all right?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. This is the time set for a probable cause conference concerning this matter. Ms. Walker, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we are agreeing to waive the matter up to circuit court and resolve the case.
All right, and that's a fair statement, Mr. Blackman. The case is going to be waived up. The negotiations are going to continue. Is there any offer at this time?
We do not have a formal offer to extend at this point. I have talked about this with Mr. Blackman this morning. It takes many levels of approval before I can extend a formal offer, but we have preliminarily talked about a resolution.
That's a fair statement, Mr. Blackman.
All those statements are correct, Judge.
All right, may I inquire of Leslie Buck of his waiver of the preliminary examination?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Buck, you understand you have a right to a preliminary examination day. A preliminary examination is a probable cause hearing in which the people would have to prove by probable cause evidence that a crime has been committed and the identity of the person who committed that crime. You are represented today by Attorney Fred Blackman, and you would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. It is my wish, it is my understanding, it is your wish today to waive your right to a preliminary examination, have this case continue to circuit court, where negotiations are going to continue between Mr. Blackman and the people of the state of Michigan. Is it your wish today to waive your right to a preliminary examination?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Ms. Walker, do you also waive the people's right to a preliminary examination?
Yes.
All right. I find the waiver of the preliminary examination to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. I'm going to indicate negotiations are to continue. And then I will provide the bind over documentation for the parties to sign. And Mr. Buck, you give authority to Mr. Blackman, your attorney, to sign any documentation on your behalf concerning this bind over. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. in your sleep. Huh. Girl, you don't even want it. That was crazy.
All right.
Thank you, Judge.
So the examination has been waived on today's date. That's February 7th, 2025. Is there anything else to come to the court's attention before I sign the bind over documentation, Ms. Walker?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Blackman?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Okay, the documentation's been signed. Mr. Buck, your time in district court is done. You'll be off to circuit court where you get your next date from your attorney, Mr. Blackman. All right, sir?
Yes, sir. You have a blessed day.
All right, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Do we know what judge this will be going to?
We don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Giselle,
Mr. Blackman will probably know first.
if I didn't know it was Blackman, I wouldn't have yielded so quickly.
Thank you, Ms. Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor.
Mrs. Zell, where are we going next? This is how we started yesterday, and then we were in prelim till 4.
I hope that does not happen to you. again
I
today.
hope that doesn't happen to you. Well, you know, you're gonna have a day like that. Everything's gonna go.
Oh, yes.
I saw Mr. Pfeiffer's here, so we're sure of at least one prelim.
Oh, at least one.
Yeah,
It'll be a fun day. Can we go on the Barbara Martin case?
sure.
please?
Mr. White, how are you?
Very well, thank you.
All right, so we're on the record at document 25-00019. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Barbara Martin. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. Zell.
Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the People.
Mr. White.
Toby White, I am here on behalf of Barbara Martin. We are here in person. Barbara Martin standing to my right.
And ma'am, you are Barbara Martin, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. This is the time set for preliminary examination today. Mrs. Zell, how we proceed?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that the preliminary exam will be waived today.
And is there any offer that you want me to write or say on the record? Or are negotiations continuing on the case?
At this time, negotiations would be continuing in circuit court.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. White?
Yes.
Okay. So- And Ms. Wright, may I inquire of Ms. Martin of her waiver of the preliminary examination?
Please do.
Ms. Martin, you understand that you have a right to a preliminary examination today. A preliminary examination is a probable cause hearing in which the people would have to prove by probable cause evidence that a crime has been committed and the identity of the person who committed that crime. You are represented today by attorney Toby White, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. It is my understanding it is your wish today to waive your right to a preliminary examination, have this case to continue in circuit court, where negotiations are going to continue between Mr. White and the people of the state of Michigan. Is it your wish today to waive your right to a preliminary examination? Mrs. L, do the people also that waive their right to preliminary examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
I find the waiver of the preliminary examination to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. And I will provide the documentation for bind over. Slaviak.
Thanks.
I'll make sure that it's right. What's your name? I know.
5798, you got me. And call it Toby, that's what shows up in the bar. Right. There you go. You're good. Prosecuting attorney. Fine.
Thank you. All right, so I'm in possession of the bind over documentation on 25-00019 that's signed by all the parties. Anything else to come to the court's attention before the court signs the bind over documentation, Ms. Azell?
Not for the people.
Mr. White?
Nothing, thank you.
All right. I'm gonna sign, so this examination was waived on today's date, which is February 7th. I will sign the documentation. Ms. Martin, your time in district court is done. You're now off to circuit court where you get your next date from your attorney, Mr. White, okay? All right. Anything else for the record? 25-00019, Mrs. Zell. Ms. White, Mr. White, you're all set, ma'am. Thank you for your appearance. I think we have a hearing. Two weddings.
Yes, I did not schedule that one either.
No, that was scheduled because we ran out of time. Because it was 10 to 5 and we had a hearing going. That's Mr. Box who's covering for Mr. Brown.
Oh, okay.
I just would have scheduled it a little bit later.
I think it was supposed to be scheduled at 3 as opposed to 2:15.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you just don't do that, but well, we'll make it work.
It'll work. I remember that is a hearing.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Goodrich's case,
Yes, Anthony Angela.
Angela.
Plus he's still connecting the audio on Zoom.
Oh, yeah, he's
Might be a problem.
been connecting the audio for a little bit.
He texted me that he was having some issues.
Yeah.
Your Honor, we are going to just leave the matter
All
set for
right,
exam.
all right. So this is probable cause conference and you'll give him the messages that slept on for
Yes,
PCC.
I've already talked to him on the phone.
All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2018-05291. That's 18-05291. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Anthony Anglin. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record? Mrs. Zell.
Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Goodrich.
Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office representing Mr. Anglin, who was attempting to appear over Zoom, but if he's unable to, I would waive his appearance, Your Honor, as we have been in contact.
I'm here if you all can hear me.
All right.
Okay.
All right. So Mr. Anglin, you were able to connect and you're here by cell phone. Is that correct?
Yes, I have my cell phone
All
and
right.
laptop pulled up just in case.
Perfect. All right. Perfect. And sir, you are Anthony Anglin. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is the time set for probable cause conference. It's my understanding we're leaving this on for prelim. Is that correct, Mrs. Zell?
It is, Your Honor.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Goodrich?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
So we'll leave on for prelim for February 14th, Valentine's Day at 8:30. So Mr. Anglin, that will leave on for prelim on next Friday at 8:30. That'll be live. That'll be live in person on the 6th floor of City Hall of Lansing. All right, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else for the record in 18-05291, Mrs. Zell?
Not for the people.
Mr. Goodrich.
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Anglin, we'll see you next week at 8:30. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
We do have Mr. Etheridge on Zoom. And I think that's Mr. Morris.
Yes, I believe you're correct. And I think as long as Mr. Etheridge is ready, I believe we're ready on that case.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm ready on Mr. Morris as well as Mr. Gordon.
All right, Mr. Etheridge, you have to speak up because I can barely hear you, but we're on the record in docket 2403-800. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Lauren Morris. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. Zell.
Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Etheridge.
Morning, Your Honor. Attorney Derek Etheridge, also the public defender. On behalf of Mr. Morris, I'm appearing by video Zoom. Mr. Morris
All right,
is appearing by
perfect. Thank you,
polyconference
Mr. Morris.
jail.
Thank you, Mr. Etheridge. And sir, you are Lauren Morris?
Yes, I am.
All right. And you can hear me all right, Mr. Morris?
I can hear you.
All right, thank you. All right. This is the time set for a probable cause conference, and I'll make the record and then we can supplement. A petition for forensic evaluation has been admitted to the court for the court's signature. And that's what we're going to be doing to get a report from the forensic evaluation concerning competency and competency at this point in time. Is that a fair statement, Ms. Azell?
It is, Your Honor.
Mr. Etheridge, you can make whatever record. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, Your Honor. We did attempt to get mental health records from several facilities. We have not been able to get the records yet. However, I would prefer just to go ahead and submit the petition and let the Center for Forensics try to get the records as well.
So you're gonna have to say that last sentence again because we didn't pick it up.
I would prefer to just go ahead and have the court sign the order submitting this to forensics and let forensics attempt to get the mental health records as well.
All right, perfect. I will sign the order in regards to competency and criminal responsibility because they're both here. So we'll sign that order 2/7/2025, and then I will sign the order for criminal responsibility on 2/7/2025. All right, and then we should probably set this for a control date. I would assume, Mr. Etheridge.
Yes, Your Honor, that sounds reasonable.
All right, so D2. So I'm going to indicate that Mr. Morse is to be seen by the Forensic Center, and we will set a control date. How many days out do you think, Mr. Etheridge? 30, 60?
Probably 60, Your Honor.
All right. Let's start at 90 and we'll go from there.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, I mean, let me see the nature of the case is armed robbery. So let's go at 60. Let's go at 60 and then we'll see if make sure the interview is taking place and the report's done. If not, because Mr. Morse is incarcerated, we'll have to move this along, but let's set it for 60 days just in case.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I believe he's also serving a probation violation of 50 days. So this.
All right, right, and he has a bond of 10,000 cash surety. Is that correct, Mr. Etheridge?
That's yes.
On
Your
this
Honor.
file.
Yes,
Okay.
Your Honor. That's my understanding.
So 60 days out.
April 10th at 8:30.
All right, so I've signed both the order of competency and criminal responsibility on the file, and Forensic will administer a meeting for the review. We've set a control date for April 10th at 8:30. Anything else for the record in 2403800, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Etheridge?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Morris, we'll see you in 60 days. Thank you for your appearance today.
You're finished, Mr. Morris. You can tell them you're finished and leave.
Mr. Morris, you can tell them you're all set.
Okay.
All right.
But then I believe after that, it would need to be Mr. Brooks.
All right, Mr. Gordon, do you need the opportunity to speak? Mr. Etheridge, do you need the opportunity to speak to Mr. Gordon, or are you ready to go on that case?
I'm ready to go, Your Honor. He and I have already spoken.
All right. All right. So we're on the record in docket 2403723. That is the people of the state of Michigan versus Antonio Gordon. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Gabrielle Fellow, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Gordon, Mr. Etheridge.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Derek Etheridge, also the public defender, on behalf of Mr. Gordon. He and I are both appearing by video.
And sir, you are Antonio Gordon, is that correct?
Yes.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Gordon?
Yes, I can.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a probable cause conference. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I'm going to defer to Mr. Etheridge on this.
Mr. Etheridge, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I've spoken to Mr. Gordon. He did provide me some medical documentation. It appears that ultimately he's asking the court for another 30-day adjournment on the PCC. He did break his leg in several places. He's non-ambulatory and cannot place weight on that leg. I did receive a medical document from him saying that it would be at least 4 weeks after his surgery, and I'm not sure when his surgery date is or if he's had it, but he's not supposed to be on that leg for at least 4 weeks. Mr. Gordon, do you give me permission to provide that document to both the prosecutor and the court?
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. So we're probably looking at 30 days adjournment from today's date. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Etheridge?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. All right, because for medical purposes, it appears that Mr. Gordon it has to stay off of a leg. We'll reset this. The waiver of the 21-day rule was waived on January 10th, 2025. And Mr. Gordon is not in custody. So we can reset without waiver of the 21-day rule or confinement being an issue for 30 days out or more.
March 6th at 2.
So we'll reset for March 6th at 2 o'clock. So, Mr. Gordon, please keep in contact with your attorney, Mr. Etheridge. We've reset this for March 6th at 2 o'clock. That'll be live in person. Oh, that's just for PCC because we haven't. So we're just adjourning the PCC for March 6th at 2 o'clock, and then we'll set the prelim after that date. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Etheridge?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So we've reset the PCC. For March 6th at 2 o'clock. Anything else for the record in 2403723, Ms. Azell?
Not for the people.
Mr. Etheridge?
Nothing further for the record, Your Honor, other than I just emailed the medical document to both the prosecutor and the court, Ms. Wendy.
All right. Thank you. So, Mr. Gordon, we'll see you live on March 6th at 2 o'clock, right, sir? I'm sorry. We'll see you via Zoom. If Zoom is all right for probable cause conference on March 6th at 2 o'clock, right, sir?
Okay.
All right. That's all for the record in 2403723.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Etheridge.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a great weekend, everybody.
You too. Then we have Mr. Freeman's back.
If you would just give me one moment to go grab Mr. Pfeiffer, I believe that case would be.
All right. Did you need us to bring Mr. Brooks up, or we can bring up Mr. Brooks? Because they're not placing him on Polycom right now.
Yeah.
People beat Brooks.
Yeah, but
Continuing the exam, he's in custody.
oh, so he's already an exam. That's just a continuation.
It is a continuation. I believe only one witness will be called today. However, I do believe there is I can't think of the word right now. I do believe Mr. Pfeiffer may be adding charges at the end of the exam.
All right.
Just to make sure.
So Mr. Brooks and Mr. Bryant are both Mr. Pfeiffer's? Or
Mr. Bryant is mine. However, Mr. Kuntz will be late due to a scheduling conflict in a different county.
all right. All right. And then Mr. Pfeiffer, we know we need Mr. Brooks brought up because we're in the middle of a prelim. All right. So we'll get Mr. Brooks and that'll give whatever time necessary. And then you can come get me when you're ready.
Sounds
all
like a
right.
plan.
All right. So, yeah, so Megan, you can get Mr. Brooks and we'll.
Do you mind if I wait until Adam gets back to do that? Just so I'm
Sure.
not sitting and waiting with the.
I think he's just in the jury room,
Okay.
but let me double check.
Okay. I just don't like to sit with them and,
Right,
longer
right.
than I have to.
Because you have to stay here the whole time.
Yeah.
Sorry.
The new batteries breathe new life.
It's not working.
You turned on,
Oh,
yes.
did it?
You
Did
had the
I put it
batteries
back?
in back.
Did I?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you both for trying.
Judge, we're not muted, just so you know. I know we're on YouTube. So.
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Freeman, do you have anything you want to comment on?
Nothing further.
All
Thank
right.
you.
All right, with that, so I will allow counsel to call their next witness in regards to 2403-427. I am in possession of the exhibits that I have, and I believe there's 19 of them.
There were a lot.
Yeah. I don't think I have all 19. I have exhibits 1, 2, 3. I don't have 4.
Right. I have 4. We didn't end up admitting that. And then I also have 7 through 15 here.
Right, 7 through 15, and then I have 16 through 19, I believe. All right, perfect. Mr. Pfeiffer, you can call your first witness, or your next witness.
The people who call Tara Brandman.
Okay. All right, Detective Brandman, I'm going to have you stand right there and spell and state your first name and your last name for the record.
Tara, T-A-R-A, Brandman, B-R-A-N-D-M-A-N.
All right. And please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right, please have a seat. The microphone is for recording purposes, so please project to the back of the room as best you can. And Mr. Pfeiffer, when you're ready.
Thank you. Morning.
Morning.
Where are you currently employed, Ms. Brandman?
City of Lansing,
And in what department?
Police Department.
And what's your role there at the Lansing Police Department?
I'm a detective.
How long have you worked as an officer at the Lansing Police Department?
Almost 10 years.
Now, were you working in that capacity on November 19th of 2024?
Yes.
Are you assigned to the case with Enrico Brooks
Yes.
in the role of a detective?
Yes.
So, in that role, were 2 search warrants executed for Enrico Brooks's residence?
Yes.
And were those at 3872 Wilson and 1701 Millstone?
Yes.
And were items recovered at those addresses that seemed to play a role in your investigation?
Yes.
And what were those items?
We found firearms, victims' identification, social security card. We found multiple devices, ammunition. Top of my head, I think that might be it.
They say multiple devices. What do you mean by devices?
Cell phones, laptops, tablets.
And how many is multiple? Are we talking 2 or 3?
There were 14 cell phones, I think. I can't remember the exact number, but it was in the teens.
And you know if those all belong to the defendant?
I don't know if every single one does, but most of them were taken from Wilson and the bedroom of Millstone, which is where he was living.
I'd like to.
Excuse me, Your Honor, the witness tends to drop her voice at the end of the sentence.
I'm going to have you speak up as best you can,
Sorry
just for auditory purposes.
7 through 15.
I know.
Your Honor, I'd seek to approach the witness with exhibits, proposed exhibits 7 through 15.
All right, and just for clarification purposes, you indicated that you found the complaining victim like a social security card. What's her name again?
Alyssa Clark.
Alyssa Clark. Okay. All right, Mr. Pfeiffer, you may approach the witness.
Thank you. Detective Brandman, I'd like you to look at the exhibits that are marked proposed 7 through 15. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
And do those photographs appear to show what was collected at the defendant's 2 locations?
Yes.
Do those appear to accurately reflect what was recovered at those locations?
Yes.
You're at this time, people seek to admit People's Proposed Exhibit 7 through 15.
Any objection to the admission of People's Exhibit 7 through 15 for purposes of prelim?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
7 through 15 are admitted in evidence, and ma'am, you may publish.
Thank you. Now, when the firearms were recovered, what other investigation steps were taken with those firearms?
By policy, we run each firearm serial number in LEAN, which is our law enforcement information network. And then they were tagged into our crime scene investigator's property. And he did testing on it and sent it up to the lab.
Now, were there any surprising results from the lean run of the serial numbers on these firearms?
One of the two came back as stolen.
Stolen firearm.
Yes,
And is that one that was located under his mattress?
yes.
What was the make of that gun?
Believe it was a Glock, but I can't say for sure off the top of my head.
I'm just curious.
You can leave it.
I think we're good, honestly.
Yeah.
Now, I want to talk more about the cell phones.
Okay.
Did you execute any search warrants in regards to the information on the phones?
Yes.
And what steps have you taken in that regard?
Once I obtained the search warrant, I submitted them to Apple and to our crime analysts who were able to pull the information from the phone. And I also was able to obtain iCloud information from Mr. Brooks's iCloud account.
Now, is there any, have you been reviewing the results of those?
Yes.
Are you done with those reviews?
No, not even close.
How come?
There's a lot.
Now, with what you've been able to see so far, is there anything that particularly stands out in regards to the charges that are being investigated?
Yes.
And what stands out?
There's a lot of photos and videos of Mr. Brooks with firearms, including one that matches the physical appearance of the one that was found under his mattress. There is a video of him pointing it at someone while in the middle of having sexual intercourse with that person, not the victim, I don't believe. There's a lot of things about committing fraud, a lot of social security number stuff, a lot of directions on how to commit fraud.
Can you tell us a little more about those searches on fraud? Like, what'd you see?
There were a lot of conversations on an app called Telegram. There were screen recordings, I believe, of dark web searches. Yeah.
And what were those searches?
For social security numbers.
Now, did you end up speaking with Mr. Brooks?
Yes.
And how did that conversation go?
I wouldn't say he was forthcoming, but answered questions.
Did he ever talk to you about firearms?
Yes.
And what did he tell you?
Objection. Foundation, Your Honor. Was this a time when the defendant was in custody? Do we have a Miranda issue?
That's fair. I can lay some Miranda
Yeah,
foundation.
so you can clarify that. The objection sustained.
Where was he at when you were speaking with him?
Lansing lockup.
Okay. Now, was he advised his Miranda rights?
Yes.
And did he speak with you voluntarily?
Yes.
So what did he tell you about firearms?
And what date was that?
The day after the search warrant was executed, so if that was the 19th, it would have been the 20th before his arraignment.
So that'd be November
Yes.
20th.
So November 20th, 2024, what did he end up telling you about firearms?
That he had not had any possession of firearms since his conviction in 2019.
And did that seem to match up with what you saw on his own devices?
At the time, I had not seen his devices yet, but it did not match up with what I located in his apartment.
So since then, now that you've been looking through some of his cell phone stuff, has that lined up?
Absolutely not.
Now, Alyssa Clark's personal documents were found at his residence, correct?
Yes.
Did he say if she ever lived there?
He said that she did not live there.
Okay. And yet her information was found there
Yes. At the Wilson address.
at the Wilson address. Well, I think that's sufficient. Oh, you know what? Just to be safe, the person that you spoke with in Drico Brooks in jail, do you see him here today?
Yes,
Could you please point out where he is? Maybe something he's wearing.
sitting next to defense wearing a blue jumpsuit from county jail.
The record reflects you identified the defendant.
Any objection to the identification of the witness of the defendant for purposes of prelim, Mr. Freeman?
No, Your Honor.
All right. The witness has identified the defendant for purposes of prelim. Anything else, Mr. Pfeiffer?
Not from the people, Your Honor.
All right. Cross-examination, Mr. Freeman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, you just looked at some photographs. Do you still have them?
I gave them to the judge.
There you go. So let the record reflect that I've handed the published photographs back to the witness.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Detective, as you look at those, I draw your attention to the fact that my client is charged with the crime of torture. Which of those pieces of evidence is supportive of your investigation with respect to the crime of torture?
The firearms.
Anything else?
I think that was it from the search of his residence.
Okay. And which of those exhibits 5 through 17 are evidence of your investigation that have to deal with assault with the intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder?
Also the firearms. And the ammunition.
And as to the charge of strangulation, which of those are supportive of that?
None in the photos.
Domestic violence?
None in the photos.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you.
May this, any redirect of Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Okay. May this witness be excused from the people?
You may.
Mr. Freeman, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you for your appearance today, ma'am. You're excused.
Thank you.
Mr. Pfeiffer, your next witness.
The people have no more witnesses, Your Honor.
Do the people rest?
They do.
All right. Does the defense intend to call any proofs today, Mr. Freeman?
No proofs from the defense, Your Honor. No.
Motion for bind over, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes, Your Honor. I am going to take these one at a time. I know there's a lot. Back in November, Alyssa Clark testified at length and in pretty great detail about all the various times that the defendant had assaulted and abused her. So first we have the torture with the date of March 25th, 2020. That's what we had changed that to once we got more specific information. And in that, he had strangled her, beat her. He had tried to slit her wrists with nursing scissors. And he was specifically attacking her unhealed ribs. I don't know how to clarify that other than torture. Where he's holding a gun to her, strangling her, telling her he's going to kill her, and trying to slit her wrists.
Right. And then is each count of a GBH account for the actual event, that's what I'm.
Not that one, because she talked about, I mean, quite literally, she talked about multiple different acts of strangulation,
Right.
and multiple different times where he was trying to severely hurt her.
All right, so those are all incorporated in the count one.
No,
Okay,
that's why those other ones have a date range between November 16th, 2018
that was my
through
question.
2021. No, the torture has a very definitive date on it.
All right.
The other ones are more spread out. She talked about times
All
in
right.
the field. She talked about times at his residence, her residence. It was a lot, but certainly enough to cover the 4 charge.
All right.
So 4 counts, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
So 2 and 3 and 4. So I have one, which was the cutting of the wrists.
Yes.
And then I have multiple strangulations.
Yes.
Okay. And that's what my notes would detail from that initial is those at least 3 at least 3 strangulations.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then how about the pointing of the gun? Because she has him pointing the gun at him.
That there's going to be an FA for that that's added rather shortly.
All right. All right, I'm just making sure that I've got those counts all. And that's all from her testimony. That's what the argument is.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
So that's count 2 and 3 of the multiple strangulations that happened. 4 and 5 are the multiple times that he was trying to severely hurt her and did. Because she talked about the injuries that she suffered during these various times, which certainly qualified for the GDHs. Count 6 is a DB second that just gets brought over as a misdemeanor. And then we get into the added counts. So first is going to be count 7, home invasion in the first degree on the date of 5/25/2020, PAC code being 750.110A2. Liz Clark talked about during that torture incident, the fact that he entered her home without permission. She did not want him there. She did not allow him to be there. He entered in, and while inside, he assaulted her, and she was legally present. That's every element for home invasion of the first degree that has to bind over as such. For count 8, interfering with a criminal report, committing a crime, or threatening to kill or injure. That would also be on 5/25/2020. The PAC code for that being 750.483A2B. She talked about during that incident, trying to call 911 and him taking the phone away so she was not able to. That is every element of that one. So he was committing the crime of interfering with electronic communications while using physical force to stop her being able to call police. Added count 9, felonious assault, that being again the same incident, 5/25/2020, PAC code 750.82, as he assaulted Alyssa Clark with a firearm, pointing it at her and making her in fear for her life with that gun. Then count 10, felony firearm. Oh, I wrote the wrong date on that because there's 2 felony firearms. That is also from 5/25/2020. My apologies. The PAC code being 750.227B-A, as the defendant had a handgun when he committed the felony of assault with a dangerous weapon. Then we have the added count 11, interfering with electronic communications. Same date, 5/25/2020. PAC code 750.5405A. As I already said just before, during that incident, she wanted to call police. He stopped her by taking her phone away. That is interfering with the communication through an authorized communication device, albeit a telephone. And now we move away from that specific incident on May 25th in 2020. We move on to an added count 12 of aggravated stalking. November 16th, between November 16th, 2018 and the year 2024. PAC code 750.411I. Victim Alyssa Clark was terrorized, frightened, intimidated, threatened, and harassed by this defendant. The actions and communication would cause a reasonable person to feel terrorized, frightened, intimidated, threatened, or harassed. This occurred over years. She talked about how there are numerous court orders and restraining orders, that some of these were in violation of, but more than that, several of them included credible threats against her. Several of those texts were admitted as exhibits in this, where he's talking about how, I don't have them in front of me, but I think one of the quotes was, the only way out of this relationship is in a body bag.
Is that just a 54A City of Lansing venue?
Yes,
Do you have
Your
a
Honor.
specific venue?
She talked about the fact that several of these occurred while she was at her residence.
Okay, that's the Millstone address.
Yes. And so I believe that there is a sufficient factual basis for added count 12 of aggravated stalking. And then for added counts 13 and 14. These would be 2 counts of criminal sexual conduct in the first degree with the date range of 2020. And this is when she testified that she had been with the defendant, he had plied her with alcohol. She almost immediately blacked out of drinking that alcohol, heavily suggesting that it was drugged, because she has never blacked out like that from so little alcohol in the past. She woke up several times with her in the shower and almost drowning on the shower water. And a couple weeks later, she saw a cell phone video of herself and the defendant on the defense cell phone while she was unconscious. He was penetrating her vagina with his penis while she was unconscious. And separately during that, he penetrated her anus with a dildo. In both of these, she was unconscious. She said that it hurt afterwards, and it clearly affected her mentally based on her testimony. Therefore, she was physically helpless and she suffered personal injury as a result. The two different penetrations qualify for the two separate counts of criminal sexual conduct of first degree. For count 13, dildo into anus, and count 14, penis into vagina.
And those are City of Lansing then.
Yes, Your Honor. I do not have the exact testimony in front of me, but she testified that it was at his place that was inside Ingham County.
That's my recollection and in my notes.
Then we move on to September of 2023. First, count 15, computers used to commit a crime with a max imprisonment of 4 to 10 years. And then count 16, personal identifying information, obtaining / possessing / transferring with the intent to commit identity theft. These both go hand in hand, and the identity theft is the predicate felony for the computer crime. What we saw both in her testimony and in the exhibits that were included, that he was trying to sell her ID through her social security card for, I think it was $100. And he actually posted that on Facebook, blocking out the last 4 digits of her ID, but she confirmed on the stand that was her social security card. And beyond that, coupled with the fact that her driver's license was found at his residence, a place that he told the detective she never lived at, and her social security card was found there. And then also other individuals' personal identifying information was found there. I think one of the photos includes the driver's license for a different person in front of a social security card. And then his literal searches for how to commit identity fraud. I think there is certainly, to a probable cause standard, evidence to bind over for those two counts. So I'd ask to bind over for count 15, computer using committed crime, date range September 2023, the PAC code of 445.67, as he was trying to sell her identification card in order to help commit identity theft. And then count 16, personal identifying information, and he's using Facebook to do that. That's the computer crime. And then count 16, personal identifying information, obtain, possess, transfer, consent. September 2023. Oh, I am sorry. I did not write down the PAC code for the computer crime. 445.67 is the PAC code for count 16. My apologies. I tried to get everything as best I could in order.
So 16 is 44567. I think I have that at the top of the following page.
Yes. The computer crime one. There we go. 752 for count 15. 752.7973 D as in dog. I believe there's sufficient factual basis to find out both those accounts. Additionally, September 2023, we have count 17, the intentional dissemination of sexually explicit materials, with the PAC code being 750.145E. Now, this is a misdemeanor, but given that I'm adding it, I'm going to lay a factual basis for it anyways to play it safe. Testimony was also very clear in this. He was posting on Reddit sexually explicit photos and videos of the victim without her permission. And he was actually using it to antagonize and to blackmail her. And we know that from the text messages that he sent to her that were included as exhibits in this case, where he's also bragging about how the videos of her were blowing up on Reddit because of how many followers the defendant had. So I believe there's sufficient factual basis for that, with the victim being Alyssa Clark. And then the last two counts, 18 and 19, are both from November 19th, 2024 at the, have the right date or the right address, at the 3872 Wilson address. The defendant had a stolen firearm. It was underneath his mattress. That is a sufficient factual basis for receiving concealing of a stolen firearm, November 19th, 2024, for count 18. The PAC code is 750.535B as in boy, as he concealed a stolen firearm. And then count 19, to accompany that, is felony firearm, as he committed the crime of receiving, concealing stolen firearm, and it was a firearm, a handgun. Therefore, I believe there's sufficient factual basis to bind over counts 1 through 19. I'd ask that you do so.
And just for clarification purposes, the I just want to make sure the count 1 of torture is March 25th, but the counts 2, 3, 4 are.
That is the date range between November
16th through November 16th through 2024.
Through December 31st, 2021.
November 16th through December of 2021.
Yes, November 16th, 2018 through December 31st, 2021.
All right, response, Mr. Freeman. And I understand that this is a lot of counts. There's 6 original counts and then about 13 additional counts based on testimony.
Yes, Your Honor, that's my understanding as well. In response, a couple of things. First, as the court previously indicated on this record, we began this preliminary examination hearing back in December, I think the 19th of December, 2024. Today is February the 7th, 2025. So being human, I confess that my notes are helpful, but I'm not suggesting my memory of our previous witnesses 100%. My concern, Judge, is with respect to the charges that are currently found in the complaint. Specifically, I'm looking at counts 2, 3, 4, and 5. And I see a date of March 16, 2018 on all 4 of those counts. And my concern is as follows. Counsel's representations notwithstanding, I'm not challenging anything that Mr. Pfeiffer told us. And this may very well be something that has to be resolved in circuit court, but I'm aware that the Michigan Court of Appeals in a published opinion have indicated quite clearly that one may not be lawfully prosecuted or convicted of both assault GBH, which is 750.84 parent 1, and assault, strangulation, or suffocation, which is the same statute number, save for the that 750.84 parent 2. And the case was that the defendant in the case that I'm referring to was convicted of both, and the Court of Appeals said, no, it's double jeopardy, can't do that. And so because these 4 counts had the same date, I just can't be sure that all 4 counts should be bound over. I think the prosecutor has to pick his poison and either go forward with assault, strangulation, or suffocation, or assault GBH, but not all 4. I understand Mr. Pfeiffer is convinced that there were 4 separate episodes. But again, I fall back on my human frailties and my memory. That's just not my memory, but.
I guess I agree on some level that I do want to see the transcript of the first proceeding to have it writing so that this is just for my own edification of being able to pick apart, because I haven't lived the case the way you have or Mr. Pfeiffer has in his prosecution. But I want to bind it over specifically on a certain event at time, and I want to have the time frame. I don't think that's an unreasonable request. I think that's a reasonable request.
With respect to the motion to add counts, I'm cognizant of the principle that a prosecutor moving to amend his complaint, those motions should be liberally granted. In all fairness, this is a probable cause hearing, not a trial. And so by way of probable cause standard, I will just tacitly object for the record and object to the general motion for bind over, just for purposes of preserving our record. Thank you very much.
And Mr. Pfeiffer responds.
Oh, I can clarify which and when.
Yeah,
Because I'm not claiming, the case that Mr. Freeman is citing is for a single incident. In that case was charged where he strangled her. They charged that he strangled her, but then also charged that strangulation consisted of great bodily harm. The jury came back on both. That's not this incident. Because there are numerous incidents over the course of years. I'll give specifics though.
We're covering just so I'm clear, we're covering a time frame from 2018
to 2021.
To 2021.
Yes.
Okay.
So she talked about how in June of 2020, he strangled her unconscious while staring into her eyes and saying, "Do you understand how much I love you? I'll spend the rest of my life in prison before I let anyone have you." Then separately, during that same incident, he was punching her in the ribs that were still broken from the previous assault to the point where they were jutting out of her body. That is a GBH. That is not him strangling her. Those are two separate assaults that are happening. Very, very separate from the case that Mr. Freeman is citing. Then we also have a different incident in 2020 where he pistol whipped her in the face and did so much damage to her with the gun when he was beating her with it that she was unable to speak for 2 weeks due to the injury that she suffered to her jaw. That is certainly assault with intent to do great bodily harm. And then she also testified that throughout the relationship, strangulation was the primary way he assaulted her while she was pregnant. So we have two, more than two, but certainly two incidences of strangulation and two incidents of assault with intent to do great bodily harm that are not him strangling her. So I do not believe that there is any issue that we need to delay this even further by going back through the hours and hours of transcript from the first time around. Because I made sure when I was asking her, I went above and beyond the call to ensure that there was enough information for the various counts of it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I need to see the transcript. Okay, I just got to see the transcript. I mean, we're getting up to 19 counts, and I want to review the initial transcript. I am working from notes, my notes of that testimony, and as we know, that is kind of a little dangerous working, especially my notes. Mr. Pfeiffer has made his argument for bind over motion, and I have no reason to doubt that, but I want to confirm that with the initial transcript, because I mean, we went at least a couple hours, if not longer.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so.
And that is certainly understood, Your Honor. That's why I tried to get this all done back then.
Yeah, I see now the extent. We've got a 3-year period. We have multiple counts. Multiple counts have been added. So let's look at the transcript. And I think it's fair and put the defense in a fair place to look at the transcript so they can make an argument as to all the counts, or be confirmed that they understand the arguments that are being made by Mr. Pfeiffer. And I just think I think it's necessary to review the transcript. My question is, on that first day, which is December 19th, is really Ms. Clark's testimony. That's the transcript we need, because that's the first day. What's the turnaround on that, Ms. Holden? Because that's going to kind of be when we reset this, because we'll reset this for motion for bind over argument or preliminary examination to finish up. So somewhere over 30 days. Yeah. All right. All right. So I'm gonna let you pick the date because you know when it's due by, so you can pick the date that we're coming back on. Yeah. And then that'll give us the time to look at it, decipher it, and then to come all prepared. And that'll give Mr. Pfeiffer, I am not, if you want to add counts or subtract counts or change counts, that'll all be a part of it. Okay.
I think there are 5 or 6 more I could
All right.
add to here,
So-
but I'm good with 19.
All right, all right. All right, I just want to take a look at it. I think it's a fair, reasonable statement for Mr. Freeman to want to look at the transcript to in order to respond to the argument concerning what ends up being 19 counts in this.
Yeah. No, if more arguments needed, that's fine. I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna need to do anything else on
All
this.
right, so we'll reset
March 28th at 1:30.
March 28th at 3:30. I'm sorry, 1:30. And that will be specifically for the continued motion for bind over and response, and then I will make the ruling from the bench on what counts, if any, are bound over. But we will get a definitive answer as to the motion for bind over on that date on March 28th at 1:30. I would indicate that my understanding is Mr. Brooks is still under the House $100,000 cash surety bond. I haven't heard anything from testimony to modify that bond in any way. But Mr. Freeman, you can make a motion if you choose to.
Thank you, Your Honor. I bring no such motion. I urge the court to allow that same bound amount to continue. Thank you.
All right. All right. So we'll continue at 100,000 cash surety. Mr.
In all honesty, when this is bound over with the added counts, I'll probably ask for a bond increase then, but once we have the official counts added.
All right. All right. And that's fair. Right now, it still stands on the initial 6 counts. If the request is for 19 counts, if that changes, then we'll revisit the bond at that time. All right. We were set for March 28th at 1:30. Anything else? I'll give the plaintiff back the exhibits. I've got probably almost all but 1 or 2.
Well, since we still have the bind over argument, I'd actually like the court to hang on to
All
it.
right.
So that way, since you're gonna be reviewing the transcript, that we've got the exhibits in front of you.
There's the exhibits and my notes from that. And we'll see everybody on March 28th at 1:30. Thank you, everybody, for your appearance today. Mr. Freeman.
Before we close our record, if I may, please.
Sure.
My client indicated to the court earlier that he essentially filed a grievance or that he contacted the grievance commission.
Yes.
If that turns out to be true, and if I receive anything from that commission, I will alert counsel and the court. I just want to assure the court, I'll at least alert the court.
Okay. All right. Yeah, and make Mr. Pfeiffer aware, we're in the argument, so the prelim is done. But absolutely make us aware if you receive anything from the Attorney General, from the Attorney Grievance Commission, I should say. All right.
Very much, Your Honor. Nothing further.
AGC, not the AG.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Pfeiffer. We're all set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Adam and Mr. Freeman, do you want to just sign the transcript?
I think the judge has to sign that one. He's the one really requesting.
Before March.
Well, if you want a copy, you have to sign it.
Yeah, I got it.
I just need to get with you.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because that'll be a joint venture, I would assume.
Yes, yeah.
But
You guys are gonna have so
reading
much
through my
fun.
notes, that's a very reasonable request. Let's
That
take a look at it.
Testimony was
Yes, I agree.